Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Alec Baldwin trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Alec Baldwin case, check out our video on it, linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Is Alec Baldwin responsible for the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins as the man handling the revolver that killed her? Or is he being unfairly targeted as an actor who actually shouldn't be expected to be in charge of firearm safety? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Alec Baldwin trial, day 3. So, court is back. They are getting back to this hearing, which is like crazy that this is happening today. I also did a little bit more research on. Well, hello, hi. Okay, how about this? I did a little bit more research about Brady violations just during the break. And let me just say this. I'll just read this from a summary page that I found that looks pretty good. For a Brady violation to occur, the government must have willfully or inadvertently failed to produce the evidence, and the suppression must have prejudiced the defendant. So even if Morrissey didn't know about it herself, that still could be an inadvertent failure to produce that evidence by the prosecution. Not through no fault of her own. It was law enforcement that didn't get her that information. But the suppression must have prejudiced the defendant. Here, I think that there is an argument to say that there is substantial prejudice here, because not having that information is pretty important for them to be able to prepare their case one way or another, because even if for nothing else, to be able to prepare strategy for trial. But simply showing a Brady violation, withholding of evidence that caused prejudice, is not sufficient basis to dismiss an indictment. Only where the government withheld Brady material through flagrant misconduct, causing substantial prejudice to the accused, will justify the court's exercise of its supervisory powers to dismiss the case with prejudice. So flagrant misconduct, I think that we're kind of there here, based on what we've heard in testimony so far in this hearing about the lieutenant basically saying, like, trying to Jedi mind trick this whole thing, like, this is not evidence. And then putting this under, instructing the crime scene tech to put this all under a completely different case number. That seems pretty flagrant, and that seems like misconduct, in my opinion anyway. Of course, reasonable minds can differ, right? But to me, that sounds like misconduct. So I think that based on that, we are in a Brady violation kind of territory here. And the concept of this, it's not so much about fairness to the prosecution, fairness to law enforcement. We don't care about that, because what we are talking about is the government doing what they're supposed to be doing? Because the government should not be overreaching with their power. If they are, then we are getting into them trampling individuals' due process rights. Terrible stuff. We don't want to be getting into that territory. And the reason why the courts have this ability to dismiss an indictment under this is because we also want to protect the integrity of the judicial system. That's really what this is all about, is protecting the integrity of the judicial system, so that courts and judges are not essentially becoming accomplices to the misconduct by the government and the violation of people's individual due process rights. So that's really the full concept of like what it is that we are doing here and what the real issue here is. So I wanted to get that out at the beginning of this portion to explain that, so that everybody's kind of on the same page about that. Any other questions in the chat? Tag me in it, throw some cues in there, and we will, I'll definitely answer those as we go along. PBH, here's an example. Legalbytes, if it turns into a mistrial, there's nothing stopping the prosecution from suing again later, correct or wrong? That is incorrect, because if there is a Brady violation that is found, it is dismissed with prejudice. So meaning, sorry, you're up a creek with no paddle. Alec Baldwin walks, and he is good to go forever. So, so that is an issue here. Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, is this a Brady violation? And doesn't matter if Kari knew about it or not. It does not matter. And I don't think it matters that whether or not Kari knew about it, because we are talking about the government and government misconduct. So law enforcement falls under that same umbrella. So does she. It's really the difference for her personally is more of a professional responsibility issue. If she knew about it, then she's subject to sanctions. She's subject to all kinds of things by the New Mexico State Bar. But if she didn't know about it, then she's she's in the clear personally with her law license, with all of that. So, okay, that is that. Any other questions? Let me know, and I will be saving those. And Indy will be snoozing. Hey, puppers. Okay, let's get to the hearing, shall we? Oh, wait, maybe I should pull it on screen. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court, and they should be seen by the public.
Yep.
This is a public issue.
Yep.
And a record should be made, and we are here to do that.
I like that. I like that she said that. I think that this right now, what is happening, well, I have a feeling that what's going to happen here is Kari Morrissey is going to go into let's ensure justice is served mode. Because keep in mind, she's a special prosecutor. She's a prosecutor in this case, but normally she's a defense attorney. She represents individual defendants who are on the other side of this aisle. So she also understands on a very deep level that Brady violations are a very serious thing, and we need to maintain the integrity of the judicial system for New Mexico, for the entire United States. So I have a feeling that what we're about to get into is Kari Morrissey going into the importance and the value of having this hearing, having it be public, having all of the information come out. And that includes all the warts and everything that are going to come out from law enforcement potentially. So that's exactly the right move for her to be making. And if that's the case, if that's what we're about to see, then I've got more respect for Kari Morrissey. Snide bars and all of that, of course, still remains, but that's a respectful position to have. She's not trying to hide it. She's not trying to fight against it. She's saying, nope, this should be in public, and we should put all the evidence out there. Okay.
That's Ms. Hancock.
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenney. Do you want me to take the testimony and then? I mean, it's your motion, so that's why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants
Sure.
to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kenney.
I think this Corporal Hancock, if it's a hearing, should she not be sequestered?
Sure, she can sit outside.
Okay.
All right. Here is the boogeyman himself.
Mr. Seth Kenney. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenney.
Mr. Kenney, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films, as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Move it a little closer to you. You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that
sorry.
it's blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Interesting how you made that very, very, very
Sir,
clear.
do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the
He's,
history.
he's a work friend
How long have you known him?
of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenney, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no. But props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach, and
What does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach-
we don't do this for a living.
yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August, Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thel provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. At that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of months.
When you say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the sprinter van, my sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household grade bin. Approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of fails that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then I took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get those?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attribute it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second. The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5-row wide, 10-row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 5.45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck. Just passed along.
Okay, what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a this is a copy of the text message between Mr.
Sorry.
Teskey and Mr. Kenney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this document is.
Okay, let's go.
What is it going to be? Going to be, actually, this is a separate motion hearing, so when I marked that the supplemental as courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1 for the
Okay.
motion hearing. And
Well-
then while we're here, I have not marked those, so those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kenney?
Well, now you're going to have to, well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1 and courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your 1s and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit.
No, because we're in a motion hearing now.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer, you don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you,
So this is housekeeping a bit, but they're just trying to keep everything organized here. Let me get some questions really quick. Just because, could it be dismissed without prejudice if it is not found to be so egregious Brady violation? You know, everything that I've seen about it has talks about it being dismissed with prejudice. So if it's a Brady violation, I'm pretty sure if it's Brady violation, it is severe enough to be a Brady violation. Like that's a very severe thing for it to be declared. Brimbino, Legalbytes, off topic. A fourth juror admitted they were all in agreement on KR being not guilty on the top 2 charges. Shouldn't she be found not guilty on those 2 charges and only retried on the lesser charges? That is a video that I am going to be putting out as well. I'm going to be working on that as soon as possible. Lestelle, thanks so much for the super chat. If there's a Brady violation found in this trial, would that mean dismissal without prejudice for Gutierrez? P.S. Thanks for being the coolest. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. And thank you for the super chat. So I don't know that this would mean that there would be a declaration for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's case also through this. They would have to have a separate hearing through her case on basically all the same things. So, but all of this could be used in that hearing. And there's a good chance that if they do find a Brady violation here, depending on if there's any timing differences between her trial and his, you know, when things came out, whether things were coming out before or after her trial, information that they knew and kept, that is government misconduct. But if they didn't know about the information, the police officers or the law enforcement agency, then there's no misconduct necessarily. So there's a little bit of an asterisk for that. Miss Fitness 3, this is for the judge, right? Yes, judge is deciding this. This is all legal issues, not in front of the jury at all. PBH, Legalbytes, can a court of law demand you show up to court on the same day without any prior knowledge? Sorry about that. A little bit of courtroom drama in here. Hey, what are you doing? So generally, no. For all of these witnesses that are being referenced saying we're bringing people into the courtroom today, They all have been subject to subpoenas before, and they're all, what was I going to say? They're all on notice that they may be called during this trial. So those people all know. WF's on Cook, Legalbytes again. And I know you're probably getting sick of this question. How does this apply to Alex shooting the gun? It doesn't. And that's the thing about Brady violations, is it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. This is something that became very clear when I was doing some research during the lunch break. Was it's not about that. It's about the integrity of the judicial system. So even if it's something that may or may not make or break the case, I don't think that matters, because this is about the holding the government to the highest standards possible with respect to the due process rights of the defendant. So that makes it even more painful for the prosecution if it's something that like wouldn't have even necessarily mattered for the case, but then it's still a Brady violation. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. It's so long as it's something that is potentially exculpatory. Like it's something that could help his case. Elborate and Legalbytes, does that mean oh wait, hang on. There was this question first. Legalbytes, I was behind when you said Brady is dismissed with prejudice. Is that serious? Yes. 100%. And also from Elborate, Legalbytes, does that mean HGR will likely be released? Like I said, it's got to be a separate hearing for that one. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, what does any of this have to do with the motion? So this right now, this is background information, foundational information for the motion, because this is all about these extra live rounds being brought in and all of that concerning Seth Kenney. We've got to get the background information on Seth Kenney as well. So that's why he needs to come in to testify. And so that's also going to be bringing in his testimony about his source of these materials, the storyline from the others, sourcing materials, all of that kind of stuff. So we've got to hear from all these people, because he's also involved in this whole storyline. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Okay, so Tori Taskey was subpoenaed in the HGR trial, so there is no reason that he should not have disclosed the evidence he had earlier IMO. His evidence may not be new for her trial. Being subpoenaed for showing up to trial is one thing. Requesting evidence from someone is another, because you can there are multiple types of subpoenas. You can subpoena someone requesting like documentary evidence, any evidence about XYZ, or you can subpoena them for an appearance to court. One subpoena doesn't necessarily mean another. So, he's not necessarily obligated to give any of that information in advance if he has not been served a subpoena for it. It's different than if he were a party in the case, where you don't have to subpoena them, you can just make a request. But anytime you are trying to get information from someone who is outside of the actual litigation, like a witness, you've got to get a subpoena. Heather Miller gifted 10 Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much. So kind and generous of you. Very, very awesome. I love the generosity of people in the chat today. So let's see here. Will Egan, Elasti, Queen Inky, Brandon Burton. It's Brittany Biatch. I'm mispronouncing that personally. Classical Donkey. It's a funny name. Robert Bell, Katendra, Megan Winter, Camilo Lozano. You have all been gifted memberships. So welcome or welcome back to Bike Club. So happy to have you here. And thank you so much, Heather Miller. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Also, specifically by the defense. Let's see. Your question earlier. Yeah, but see, you're looking at the burden on him. There's no burden for purposes of a Brady violation. There's no burden on him. It doesn't matter for any of this. What matters here is whether the government did what they were supposed to do in turning over information that they reasonably knew about that they had. Like that's the question here. And the answer is, if they had information and they buried it, or they destroyed it, or they somehow just failed to disclose it to the defense, that's a huge problem. That's the end of it. So, Troy Taskey having information that he may or may not have given, also El Borate, Legalbytes, if we get 150 likes, I'll gift a sub. Awesome. That'd be amazing. Hey guys, if you are enjoying the coverage here today of this day 3 of this trial, which is not so much the trial, but this hearing on this crazy Brady motion situation, if you're enjoying it, please do hit the like button. It definitely does help with putting this stream out there so more people can join us for more coverage of this. So thank you so much. And also, thanks, Elaborate, for that offer. All right. And I think there also were a few more questions here. All right. Sorry about this. Okay, LK Raiden, I don't understand, why would it be with prejudice? Because it's a very serious violation, and it's intended to be very, very, very strong so that the government doesn't infringe people's due process rights. So it's intended to have a high standard for the government, whether that's the prosecution, law enforcement officers, everyone. There are some serious consequences for them withholding important evidence that a defendant otherwise wouldn't have access to, wouldn't have knowledge of, even sometimes. That if they do this, I mean, it impacts the judicial system in such a serious way. So that's why it's with prejudice. It's a very serious violation. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, does Seth Kenney seem sus to you? He seems more suspicious without his cell phone. Yeah, that was so strange in the first trial, how he was allowed to be up there with his cell phone and like testifying like from it almost. I hated that. I'm glad he doesn't have that this time. But I don't know. So far, he doesn't seem all that suspicious to me, at least no more than before. But we'll see. Elaborate, I guess it's like, well, what else isn't shown to defense? How would anyone know if it's exculpatory if no one could examine it, I guess? I mean, sometimes it's very obvious if it's exculpatory, and oftentimes too, if there is a situation of law enforcement trying to hide it from the defense, very often it is exculpatory. That's like why they're trying to hide it. All right. Also, the Lucian Legalbytes question is: the Brady ruling specific to criminal cases? Civil cases have the same requirement to turn over evidence. Could a civil case be tossed for failing to hand over evidence? It depends, kind of. It does. So Brady violations are specifically for criminal cases. They're not, it's not a thing in civil cases, but there are definitely sanctions in civil cases for failing to hand over evidence that has been requested by the other side and that they are entitled to, and they're entitled to a lot. So it could be that certain evidence isn't allowed in. It could be monetary sanctions. It could be like a lot of things. And the whole point there with discovery rules and discovery sanctions and all of that is basically to ensure a fair system so that no one is gaming the system against the other, and then essentially affecting a win for themselves improperly through gamesmanship as opposed to the merits of the case. So when somebody is getting into funny business with not handing over discovery properly to the other side in a civil litigation case, it depends on the circumstances. If we're in pre-litigation or pre-trial litigation, then the sanction may be monetary sanctions. You're paying for the other side's attorney's fees that they had to pay in order to force you to hand over this stuff because they shouldn't have had to pay for it. If however you find out like right before trial or during trial that they had withheld something that you had requested, and then they try to use certain information that you didn't know about, and they surprise you for it and you requested it, that is something that can cause a mistrial. Or it can also, there's a number of things that can happen depending on those circumstances specifically, but you can also have that evidence be kept out. So Basically, it depends. I'm sorry about that. Sorry for the lawyer answer. Right. And do we have more questions here? I don't think so, but we do have Alborate. Thank you so much for gifting 1 Legalbytes membership. I guess we got over 150. So let's see. Mary B, you have been gifted a membership by Alborate. So I think that's a welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us on tomorrow at 9 a.m. East Coast time for our members only live stream. And also Pagan Child, welcome to Bike Club. So happy to have you here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, helping to maintain all of this whole production. Very, very happy to have you here as well. All right, folks, we are caught up. Let's get back to the hearing.
Mark this, can you mark that for me, courts 2, Roman numeral 2?
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors? Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Okay, well, he's doing this first. So
Okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top. Thank you. Okay.
Do you see what's in front of you, sir?
Video.
Is this what? Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy Teskey in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thale Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883?
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training camp.
Yeah.
And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos And knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be two different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me two options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds
specifically
in the
rounds.
photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay. And then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
Yeah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay. Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have four different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kenney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can you see it?
The
Do you want me to
the
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep, I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No. And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, They weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reader Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kenney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done. How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Ross.
Okay. I'll pass this witness.
All right.
And Mr. Spiro, is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
Just if you could email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the thousands of times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about,
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know, I apologize.
That's
I'm
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to
Okay.
get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Now they approach so quickly when there's no jury. It's so interesting. That's so funny. Let me get some questions here. Joanne question, does the defense have to say how they learned of this evidence? Well, I think that the judge needs to know when they learned of it and probably how they learned of it as well. Or at the very least when. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, isn't it illegal for the corporal to be sharing photos with him? Not necessarily. It can be, depending on the substance of the photos, but not necessarily. If they have determined that Seth Kenney is in a position where he's aiding the investigation somehow, it's not necessarily improper. Sophie Poiser, question: do you know how long this hearing is expected to last? How long do they usually last? When it comes to hearings, it can be an hour. It can be multiple days. I've seen hearings take multiple days. This one I would expect to take the rest of the day. So we've got 3 hours until 5 p.m. Mountain Time. Amanda also with the question. This is the same person who was on his phone on the stand in HDR's trial, right? Yes. It was so weird. It was so weird and so improper, and it was driving me insane. And I'm very grateful that he's not this time. And now we can fast forward.
Not thousands.
Productions that you've thousands of productions that you've
1,000-ish, not thousands.
okay. The 1,000 productions that you've you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics,
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
or an episode.
Happy birthday,
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it, so that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds, right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you were telling this court that of all the dummy rounds and all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on.
Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't know you wanted.
You arrived the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have needed, knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck. Yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883. Yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts. Again, you say dummies, I get it. To Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Rust had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
Just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30.
I haven't seen her at all during
Got
this
it.
trial.
Dr. Who 8675309. That is a perfect comment, and it's so true. She does have resting objection face.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row in the middle, just above the 2 zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said in direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning, because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did
Okay.
within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things change, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Ms. Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards, that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutor. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay. Well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you weren't sleeping, right?
correct.
You were drinking a lot.
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case?
Ooh.
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the days that followed, do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing, correct?
Correct?
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, and with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen?
That's interesting.
Okay. Did you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute. But the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like... I don't have the photo, Seth. But the photo that you took and sent to, of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers,
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's Court Exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one? No. Mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be States 1.
States 1.
I just haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it States 1 for now. You see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay, but when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, so it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks, that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement, that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
1 second, really quick. Mountain Princess 207, thank you so much for gifting 1 Legalbytes membership. So kind and generous of you. And also one of our awesome mods, Tammy F, was gifted a membership. So welcome or welcome back to Bike Club. So happy to have you here. Hope you can join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. East Coast time. All right. And there's more questions. I'll get to them in a little bit.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing. How come when you provided to
That's
the
A.
defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you,
That's,
why didn't you provide the message of, ugh, this sucks?
I did. And what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November
It's a way to
1st,
take a
you agreed
screenshot
to an
without that
interview with
keyboard, though.
Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other
Yeah,
officers,
November 1st, yeah.
no other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been shooting, gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
Anyone else keep thinking of Family Guy?
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said, shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Whoa.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right?
I mean, he didn't have to scream it into the mic, but okay.
And the she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct. And
the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the commingled round.
The whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition to set a rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
And by the way, that's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads in the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
Yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
That's also
you have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment, yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises,
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's
But you-
possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
He sounds, yeah, roughly accurate, yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
The last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't
This
have
witness
anything.
is excused. Thank you, sir.
okay.
Next witness.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Did she say Corporal Hancock? Yes, she did say Corporal Hancock. Okay.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kenney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kenney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Hang on. Let me get some questions here because I want to make sure that I'm on top of those. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, resting objection face merch. I think so. I think so. Sue B, Legalbytes, are we in Canton? Cross-examnesia. I know it does. It did feel like we had a little bit of that. Tammy F, question: do you think the state would do this on purpose, knowing that it would let Alec Baldwin walk? No, I do not think so. I think that if they wanted to dismiss the case themselves, they are capable of doing that without this whole effort and process. So no. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, can Mavi cat slap Seth Kenney? No. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, can we get a ruling today on a mistrial? I think that on a hearing as big as this, we likely would not get a ruling today. Although I don't know. This judge is also very she does make decisions pretty quickly. But I could also see her saying, I'm going to take the weekend to think about it, because it is a Friday afternoon, after all, in New Mexico, at least. Also, Times, thank you for pointing this out. The sound is unbalanced. Okay, 1 second. Let me do this. I've been boosting the sound. I'm going to unboost the sound of the court feed. So that will help to even it out here. And yeah, that should be better. Okay. Okay.
Familiar?
Oops.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kenney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me? I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kenney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then.
Um,
And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over
Came in where?
to the courts.
So he came here
Yes.
to this building.
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him?
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this because, there is the fact that he's approaching in the middle of trial. Why didn't he approach a lot sooner? That's a good question to ask. But from the perspective of, did she do what she was supposed to do in this situation? I think that the best policy would have been, she's right next to Kari Morrissey, who is in the middle of trying this case, and saying, hey, there's someone who just came to the courthouse claiming to have live rounds that he says are material to this case. Like, this could have an impact on the trial right now. This could be important information for the trial that we are in right now. So the fact that she's like, I'll deal with him at a later date is a problem. The fact that she doesn't say anything to Kari Morrissey, who she's sitting at the same table as that entire day, also a problem. And this could have an impact on Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial now, based on this timing.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Oh, that's even worse.
Did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you are reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes. And should try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. We got to do it.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Yeah, I really did not anticipate playing that clip at all during this trial, let alone as many times as we've played it since like yesterday and today. There's a little bit here that she may have made some big mistakes. She may have made some big mistakes here, and this could cost the prosecution. Holy crap. A Lamau, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Welcome to Bite Club. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Awesome. I appreciate you so much. Oh boy.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case.
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a...
What's unclear to me is when exactly she reached out to him. Was it that same day? Or was it the next day? Was it the day after that? Because then she says, then I tried calling again like a week later. So, okay.
Witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you... Are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
Okay, I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelation.
So there's
This is the
when,
newest of the
Teskey comes
revelation.
into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera.
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brendel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No,
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. What else is new that the law enforcement has not told anyone about this issue? Just and to be clear, I'm actually not blaming Kari Morrissey so much here because she also just found this out too. She could have let the defense know before bringing Detective Hancock or Corporal Hancock on the stand, but not even Corporal Hancock knew about this body cam footage until today. This is just insane. Is the right hand not talking to the left? What is happening here?
I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, where they, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file? Do you want me
I
to
just
do it?
want the ones that Popple testified off of, not any
I don't
cross.
remember exactly.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified, she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had at the
Yes,
sheriff's
yes,
department?
where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay,
Okay, right,
not
Dan,
scene
that wouldn't
photos,
surprise
just the
me.
ones from the sheriff's department? Okay.
Do you have those?
They should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body worn camera.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets.
The physical.
Okay, I'll take the physical.
You don't need photos of boxes,
No,
just.
no,
Okay.
I want what she testified of, the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There they are. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrissey. Okay, thank you.
So the body cam footage,
Oh, you want the actual bullets.
the body cam footage that they're talking
Okay,
about
well,
is
photographs.
of one of the
the
officers downstairs at the courthouse when
may I
Troy
ask?
Pesky
Are these
came in.
all these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
John O'Rourke, thanks so much for the super chat. Great point, Bites. This is all new evidence for everyone. Seems pretty simple. Well, but it's not new evidence for everyone though, because it's not new evidence for law enforcement, and that's an important issue here. There is still government that has information that they never provided that is potentially exculpatory. So information provided or not provided, like this is all very important to this question of whether or not there's a Brady violation. And, intentional or unintentional, it can be either one. It can be through police incompetence. And, Hancock knew that the guys downstairs talked to Troy Pesky and that they potentially had body cameras on them. So, there also could have been like, okay, we need information on this guy. This is potentially important. I just, oh my God, this is just feeling worse and worse. And the thing is, I even said in, I think it was in the day one recap, I'm like, Canton PD can learn a thing or two from Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department or what have you. Like, this is what's supposed to happen with law enforcement and investigations and blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm eating my hat on that now. Oh, all right. You know what? Because this is just a similar kind of moment, it feels like. Let's
Red
just
Solo Cup. I fill you up.
This is a Red Solo Cup moment, I feel like. All right.
Pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
Hang on, we need to catch up with you if you're gonna give us numbers. Hang on.
All right, do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15, 16.
Okay, we're gonna.
It's first number again. We've got a ton
20,
of exhibits.
20, 20.
We're gonna fast forward through this a
Okay,
little bit.
in photo. She testified to it.
A
Hi,
scene
Alec.
photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust.
Have a good
It's taken
bathroom
on the
break.
set.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This
Or you
does-
know what?
okay.
I'll put it at 1.25.
This one has ammunition on it.
Which is that from? Oh, no, I don't want.
This
I
is
only want
9.
the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
You know what?
Okay.
Actually, let's do a 1.5.
So what I'm handing you is all photos of state's exhibits that were of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
Glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah. I have them here.
You go, Judge.
Oh, thank you so much. These are it after all I asked for? Seems kind of thin. For my-
You know what? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick.
Okay.
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of Rust?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get.
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure,
so,
and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants. but-
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that Seth Kenney
Sure.
got from Teskey?
If you guys have a flash drive, I'll give you that video right now.
And can you blow that up
You want the top or the
at
bottom?
the top?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
Sure.
All right, so you testified that only one seemed similar. Let's see. you said, One similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It's a 45 Colt.
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he let pop.
Okay, we've got to. Sorry, we've got to go back because it did this. Okay. Nope. Hang on. Okay.
Sure.
All right, so you testified that only one seemed similar. Let's see. You said one similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It's a 45 Colt.
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color So
In what, why is it different in the primer color?
because the primer on this, the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver. For
Who's this? These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I only see one silver here.
right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust,
To the live ammunition.
to the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, yes.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on
Okay.
that. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Okay, now cross-exam.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start without that.
All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal. When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
so at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenney, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
Yeah, sorry. We'll go back to normal speed.
If he had provided them in relation to this case or in relation to the past case,
In relation to any case.
it's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view
Sorry, guys.
the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
Excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Ooh.
Mr. Kenney was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay. Okay. And you see at the top, this is a screenshot that he's sending you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Yup, it's evidence in the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it's clearly, it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms,
Uh-oh.
I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
That's a problem. That is a problem. Remember, Seth Kenney was just on the stand and he was talking about Joe Swanson and how not only his time on Family Guy, but also how he, reloads these rounds, and how he said he never uses nickel primer for Winchesters because Winchester doesn't do it anymore, right? So now we've got a different statement from Mr. Seth Kenney. Ruh-roh. Bom, 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 bom. Bow. Like, there's a problem here.
Right to jail, right away.
Like, there's a problem. I do need the Price is Right meme here. That's one that I don't have, and I feel like I should have that. Oh my goodness.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenney story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenney had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenney's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenney brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenney, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was what where that originated from, was from Thel.
Well, but see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenney found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase? Shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenney if he kept saying that?
No.
Okay. So in any event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenney, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay. And I know we're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenney, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
No. No. Not after you've had many conversations where he's been on speakerphone, he's been with Seth Kenney, he's been with Joe Swanson, all over this issue of live rounds. And now the guy shows up to the courthouse saying, I've got live rounds. Nope. Sorry. We're playing this again.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
So, I've talked about how the spice between Kari Morrissey and Alex Spiro, and I'm not quite feeling either one of them right now. I am fully rooting for Alex Spiro because I think he's on a roll and I think that he's correct. And I think that he's doing a really great job of properly grilling this witness on some very shady, I'm just going to say it, shady shit that she has in some of her decisions and in some of her behavior. All right.
So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
Ooh. Woo.
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Woo.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenney's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched Rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, so that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
I mean, he did say it was her police report, meaning like all of law enforcement.
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said no running things. Speak.
Is she objecting or is she just talking?
Is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Spira's
That is
statement.
not an objection.
Okay.
What
Wait,
is-
I'm sorry. I gotta play that back.
Can we-
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said no running things.
My
Speak.
request is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Spira's
That is
statement.
not an objection.
Okay.
What is your objection?
I want to correct the record that you
One
actually did
word.
say I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself. A police report.
Okay, I am loving the fire from Judge Mary Marlo Summers, MS. This is I appreciate her strength in this right now. Hey, I don't disrespect Kari Morrissey for the fact that she has a lot of confidence and a lot of swagger in the courtroom. But I love the fact that the judge is also kind of responding now and putting her in her place.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You
Yes.
saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenney's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't
That's
know
also true.
that's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed.
Whoa. Evidence technician said she was told, she was instructed. So who instructed her? Was that not you, the lead investigator here? Trooper Proctor? It's not quite on that level. Calm down, everyone. Not quite on that level. But like, I'm sorry. You're the lead investigator here. Don't throw your crime scene tech under the bus. You're the one who's in charge and calling the shots.
Placed and designated.
Sorry, let me go back.
And so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust when the guy's in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there.
But
Well-
someone
He
on
was
your
dropping
team
the
did.
ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand.
Like, okay, then what's going on here? So this guy came in to the station, gave a statement, handed all of this over, talked to CST Popple and I suppose some lieutenant. We don't know his name at this point. And then apparently they didn't tell Alexandria Hancock about this, even though she knew that this guy had already previously come into the courthouse and, to talk to her. Like, did she not say something to the other people working on this case to say, hey, in case this guy comes in, let me know, or anything like that? She didn't tell Kari Morrissey, the lead prosecutor on this case, that this guy had shown up to the courthouse. So it's like no one is telling anyone any of these bits of information. They're just like, well, I don't know. Nobody told me. Whoop-a-doop-a-doo. Like, I guess we're just gonna sit here and just not do our jobs and not talk to each other about important information, potentially important information that's coming in because, the trial's already going on. So who cares? Like, I'm sorry, this is urgent information that absolutely should be shared. Blah! This is driving me nuts.
Understand your testimony, but given that all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially. I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been.
Look at Baldwin.
in relation
He's so
to Rust.
satisfied with
When
this right
we
now.
Submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now.
Okay, well, maybe not testing,
Objection,
but
Overruled.
Is there a
Judge is
rule
like,
in your
I'll allow
department
it.
that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there is one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know. I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we've worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay. Did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that you then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
She asked you a question.
I'm asking for which phone.
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case because we have those, right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used. No.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Really quick here. Merced 175, thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, he's definitely on a roll. He is showing Alec Baldwin why he's worth as much as Alec Baldwin is paying him right now. This is like, he hasn't been doing all that great. I said going into this trial, I expected him to be a little bit more razzle dazzle than he was in this trial so far. But this right here, he is showing why Alec Baldwin is paying him a lot of money.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls to Mr. Teskey from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called.
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you use for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claim you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claim you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay.
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claim you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
Woo!
Some follow-up questions. So
Before we get that, we're going to get some questions here because we're a little bit behind on those questions. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Do you think the messing up all those motions and taking 3 hours on CSE Popple was an act to make this a bigger surprise? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he genuinely is trying to do the best job that he can, and has been just working with what he's working with. But this was if he was going to nail one cross-examination in this trial, this was it. And he absolutely nailed it, in my opinion. Kid in the City, Legalbytes, if this is ruled mistrial or AB found not guilty, do you think he will receive roles for which handle guns? I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if the industry is going to trust him after this, regardless. Pamela C. Legalbytes question: if this hearing causes a mistrial, would there be a new trial? So this hearing would not cause a mistrial. This hearing would cause a dismissal with prejudice, which means there's no bringing it back. Miss Fitness 3 question: if it dismisses without prejudice, the state can bring charges again, correct? If a case is dismissed without prejudice, it means it can be brought back again. But that's not what would happen in this hearing, because that's Brady violations. When they are found, it's a dismissal with prejudice. El Borate, Legalbytes, can we get your ruling on dismissal now? I mean, I think this should be. I think there's so much that has happened here that is definitely an injustice to Alec Baldwin, and I can't believe I'm saying that because I don't like Alec Baldwin, but it's true. Sorry, I'm going to save this and put that in line. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, how do you do a Brady violation during a Brady violation hearing that takes guts? I know, right? Howie K, Legalbytes, what is your guess at this point? Trial continues, mistrial, or dismissal? I think it in my opinion should be dismissed. Lara K, Legalbytes, is it okay for Baldwin to just walk out? So if the jury was in the room, I would be horrified. But I've seen a lot of people talking about this on social media too, but the jury's not there. So, he may have some kind of a need to go to the bathroom or something like that. I don't know. Generally speaking, I would recommend against it, but they may have communicated with the judge in advance to, about him moving around like during hearings or something. I don't know. There could be some kind of a medical condition or something that we don't know about. So always keep that in mind. But the jury's not there, so I'm much less concerned about it. Jay Park, question: there are too many revelations going on live. Can we get a summary of everything we learned today? Oh, well, we learned there's a substantial chance that some serious Brady violations have been made here by law enforcement in this particular case. Through no fault of Kari Morrissey, it appears. She is learning about all of this stuff basically at the same time that the defense is learning about all of this stuff. That's like the easiest way to drill this down. Sarah Therese, Legalbytes, this judge seems so different than Judge Kenney. What am I sensing? She doesn't seem annoyed for one. She kind of seems like a detective to me. What am I sensing here? She is, yeah, she's not... What's the word for it? I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily think that Judge Kenney was all that biased, but she would voice her annoyances in front of the jury a little bit more than this one did. I don't know. She does seem more fair here. Judge Mary Marlowe Summers. Mountain Princess 207, if the judge is questioning this, how are they going to explain it to the jury? Well, I don't necessarily think that this is going to go in front of a jury. Well, I mean, even just, I'm assuming like the judge determines there's no Brady violation and we continue with trial. But this kind of stuff doesn't necessarily come out to the jury anyway. Pamela C. Legalbytes question, just out of curiosity, if you know, why is it called Brady violation? It's because of a court case. Brady versus Maryland is the name of the court case where this comes from. Just like Miranda rights, that comes from Miranda v. Arizona. Yeah, Miranda v. Arizona. That's where that comes from. It's the name of the Supreme Court case. Kristen O. Legalbytes, how about some Don't Be Suspicious merch? If I don't have it already, I should have it. I thought I did. If I don't, I definitely need it. Jerry Roth, does Kari look defeated here because she was put in her place, or she knows a Brady violation occurred? I think that she's got less spunk and less spark and less swagger because of the fact that she knows that this is probably not a winning issue for her side, and she's just doing what she needs to do to preserve justice and the courts and all that kind of stuff. So I actually have a lot of respect for her so far in this whole situation. Elborate, oh sweet baby Jesus, Legalbytes, is there any repercussions for this investigator? Yeah. Internal investigations into her. This could definitely lead to some calls for investigating the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. Similar to what happened with Trooper Proctor and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely possible. And Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, have you noticed Morrissey isn't bailing out the corporal this time? Unlike the HGR trial when she kept looking at her. Yeah, she's out. She's out on her own right now. Leah Simpson, question, Legalbytes. Couldn't the investigator ask Seth, Kenney, Hannah, or her dad about the ammo that was dropped off at the police station? Sure. Let's see here. I want to make sure that I get these questions. Because we got some more coming in. Okay. Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, do you think he was acting more timid and inexperienced at the beginning to put Kari off her guard? I don't think so. I think he definitely has been trying to do her. I think he's definitely been trying to do his best. English bottle cap question: can the state prosecute AB in a producer role as the case was restricted to the actor role? No, that's still gonna get some double jeopardy flavors to it. So no. Doctor Who 8675309. Legalbytes thoughts and prayers for your recap video. Thank you. I appreciate it. Miss Fitness 3. Legalbytes question: you don't like Alec Baldwin, but do you think he's guilty? I do. Well, we hadn't gotten to the testimony about like what he knew specifically on the set and what kind of things had happened more specifically around him. I was very interested in hearing that kind of testimony and that kind of evidence. So I wanted to sort of reserve around that. But I do think that I am willing to accept that there may be some limitations on, what an actor is responsible for on set when he has someone who's communicating to him. I have checked this. This is proper. This is a cold gun, etc. I'm willing to give a little bit to that, but I do still think that there are reasons why firearms have cardinal rules, and I think that still exists on a movie set as well. So, there still is some responsibility for actors, in my personal opinion. If you are handling a firearm, you still should be responsible for handling that firearm properly. It's the same thing if you are asked to handle, some wild animal, or to drive a car on a scene, in a movie scene. It's similar. A Dalen, Legalbytes, hey, at least now you have time for more Karen Reed updates and to play Phoenix, right? Maybe. Sue B, Legalbytes, we need a shirt that says I don't recall, but you're not denying. No. Don't recall, don't deny. Mackenzie Robite, Legalbytes, is HDR's attorney there. He was on day one. I don't know if he's there right now, but he definitely is watching. That's for sure. El Borite, Legalbytes, since this came out during the HDR trial, do you see this affecting that case? Yes. Yes, I do. I do. Because I have seen mistrials happen where there's new information that just came out, that one witness decides to, like an expert witness is like, oh, there's this brand new article that I have started talking about and that came in that I didn't share with anyone, and this has impacted my testimony and all this kind of stuff. I've seen a mistrial happen over that. When new information comes in the middle of trial, you got to do it sometimes. It's frustrating as all get out, but sometimes you have to do it because the other side needs the ability to respond and prepare and all that kind of stuff. So if there was new information that came in the middle of this trial that had a potential impact on the outcome of the trial, you have to make that known right away. You've got to tell the prosecutor. The prosecutor's got to tell the defense. Both have to tell the judge. This has to be something that everybody has the opportunity to stop, talk about it, figure out what is proper in terms of moving forward so that everyone's rights are protected. The fact that they didn't do that, they didn't communicate any of this to anyone, law enforcement, regardless of whether it ends up being something that actually does materially affect the case. They still should have talked about it. They still should have flagged it, and immediately so. Daniel Nagy, Legalbytes, every case has a trooper proctor, it seems like. I hope not. I really hope not. I would like to find another case where law enforcement has done what they are supposed to do, and that is like the most boring part of the case is like the investigation. LK Ryden, Legalbytes, I don't know why I have such a strong feeling they're pulling a fast one based on the body language of lawyers and the other trials we've seen, but is there any way that is possible? Do you mean like the defense lawyers here? I don't have the same impression about any of the lawyers here, but that's just me. All right, let's continue.
Testimony. I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
Okay. All right. And at that point you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
at the sheriff's office.
The rust evidence?
No.
Why
just,
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had
Mm,
with
you're not answering the
myself,
question.
with, the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors.
Dude, Judge is not having it. Judge Marlo Summer is not having it. I have a feeling we're going to get a Brady violation determination out of this. She's really laser focused on Hancock's decision making and the things that she said and did at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Just very, very brief follow-up on the court's questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to continue.
I asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer
All right,
that.
Thank you.
oh,
Redirect?
oh my goodness, dude.
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know,
Spivers
I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so
Yeah.
you can look at it. But do you have any cross exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross examination for her?
I do.
Dude, Judge's spice.
Corporal, as you sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
That doesn't matter.
May I ask this question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait,
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll
wait a
testify.
second. Wait. I want to go back.
A separate was made.
Hang on.
When you
That's important.
May I ask this question?
Sure.
when you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spire.
So she did know about it. So she did know about it. Kari Morrissey knew about it.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Okay. What is she about to say now? What's this offer of proof?
Sarah wants me to. I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Where did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church or
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of rust?
Because we got them from Rust or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Brendel, if that's his.
Are you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry. I
Witness
apologize.
is excused. Thank
Okay.
you. Your next witness?
All right, let's fast forward.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brendel
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit here.
Did you?
Oh, sorry.
Me. Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
John O'Rourke, thanks for the
I
super
have no
chat.
idea where it is now, so.
Still tired bites. Great coverage. Thanks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, I'm definitely awake. Merced 175. Thanks for the super chat. The fruit of the poisonous tree must not be eaten.
Do you
That
want
is
me to
true.
put it on a flash drive for the court and
No,
work
I
it
want
that
to
way?
move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
I don't know.
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2. Can we display?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're publishing it and, well, go ahead. I mean, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what,
All right.
do you
fine.
want to see the video or no?
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Just- okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
that's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record, that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where it's
why
secure.
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio
It
will
comes
kick on.
on, okay.
Yes.
And Wings, thanks so much for the super chat. Cam was part of the decision. What is happening? The S is hitting the fan. Whiskey Bow, also thanks so much for the super chat. Wow. So the ammo in question was at Troy Teskey's house when the shooting took place and probably would not have affected the case if included. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know that it really would have affected it.
Lieutenant, nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this.
Like a chain of
statement.
Well, we don't have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll talk.
That's my wife.
Hi.
That's Becky.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There you is.
There's
Oh,
Ms. Popple.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have like a chain of custody.
Where we go?
Wherever you want to go to get the evidence. You can go to the interview. It's fine.
sure. I can fill out a statement or something. Witness statement. What I was, I'm a witness. I was called here as a witness.
Okay.
To the Russ trial. And I live in Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to. When I got to the trial, they said at the last minute, they said, okay, I don't want you to testify.
No, I
We'll just bring some evidence. And then they didn't want the evidence.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, but are you guys using enough?
Yeah, I don't care what you do with it, I just don't want to have it.
That's okay.
And they're 45 cartridges, like,
They're from the set?
no.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Did you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
So they can be from not from the set, but still be very relevant to the case. So like she's really harping on this point, but they can still be highly, highly relevant to the case.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy, well, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teskey,
Can you spell it for me?
T-E-S-A-E. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it on a
Where are you getting called by?
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense? Okay.
Yeah. But they didn't end up using it.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge.
He's also a judge. So wait a minute. He's not just some guy that walks in. He also just informed her he's former law enforcement. He's also a judge. That's enough information for them to take this seriously.
Okay, so they were gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. You're good, they said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Rosa, which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out.
He's very charismatic. I hope we hear him testify.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
Speaking
side?
on the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Is there any basis to know that?
If he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
But it's the defense.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I wanna go.
They told me to, the defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring him?
Okay, so I will say for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial, that is a potential issue for her potential Brady violation. Because of the fact that he had communicated directly to the defense as well. They had that information. They decided not to use that information. So that's a difference between Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's situation and Alec Baldwin's situation. Alec Baldwin had no reason to know about this, apparently, so far, based on the information that we have right now. Also, Virus, thanks so much for the super chat. It seems that this case is all about the incompetence of the armorer, the actor, and the police. Yeah, right? I didn't expect the third part. And potentially the defense attorney for the first trial. I don't know. Okay.
Rounds, and I thought, and 2 times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th, and November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kenney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here, but Seth, he was a friend of mine, and Seth Kenney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time, and he said, "You're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you, because I have these rounds from. It's the same batch. They came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
You know him too?
Yeah, I know of him.
Everybody.
I've
Awesome.
dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, well, that's perfect. You're the perfect person to what's your first name? Marissa?
One would
Yes,
think
I
she's the
apologize,
perfect
I'm
person to talk to.
confusion.
All right, well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So when, my big concern was having these, they said, oh, okay, I said, I have these rounds, I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds.
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then, they,
Oh, geez.
you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture. So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth. and he was in the office with Hancock. They looked at it, and Seth said, "Yeah, this is evidence from the accidental shooting." The accidental.
And when you
death.
say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Thel went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes,
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual's here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay.
So at least someone did what he was supposed to do. He informed her immediately about this. He like literally walked out halfway through this conversation and was like, I got to get the lead investigator on the horn about this.
I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a few questions.
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want me to leave it here? You don't need it? Okay.
Oh boy.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and doctored it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And
Really quick here. Sorry, let me get these super chats. We'll get more questions and stuff too. We've got a lot of them. I just want to make sure I get caught up on this part. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. So he wasn't just Hannah dad's friend. He was former Leo and a judge. Oh my goodness, surprised. Yeah, just because. Also, thanks for the super chat. Justice of the Peace / Magistrate pro tempore for January 1st until June 30th, 2023. So he was not a judge at the time, only a temporary judge the year before. But judge is one of those honorifics though that you can maintain even after you are no longer a judge. You know, it'll just be like, you know, judge whatever retired. Same thing as like somebody who's retired, a retired general or a retired ambassador or something like that. It's one of those honorifics that you can still retain, and you can still call yourself that, even if you're no longer doing that. Oh my gosh, this is just such a crazy case.
When Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes in the room, she says, "I've dealt with this case a lot," right?
Yes.
And Teskey says, "You're the perfect person," right?
Yes.
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenney was, right?
Yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than
We're splitting hairs
it was
here.
evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case, and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Right. And you know, I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning in evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, "It should be noted that this is not actual evidence." That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, that I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness?
I don't think I have any.
Guys, just so you know, we are a little bit behind in this case, in this hearing right now. If I kind of want to go 1.25x speed to catch up, because I'm seeing stuff on Twitter that is, you know, I'm seeing stuff on Twitter. I don't want to give any spoilers in case people don't want spoilers. So let me know if you guys want 1.25x speed, just so we can get there faster.
The witnesses,
All right.
I'm happy to provide the information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break, and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
We're in recess.
Quick bathroom break.
And I'm happy to do that. Where would you like me?
Well, okay, so just clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say, oh,
Kari Morrissey is taking
Are
the
you calling
stand.
yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened. The court knows what happened. I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a
Sure.
witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to, you know, I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me? Do you want me here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
Wow. She wants to get her statement out to the public.
All right, Ms. Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kenney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kenney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kenney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kenney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview. with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And
Any objection to me going to 1.5x just to get there? Let me know, guys. Let me know in the chat, and I'll if there are people saying yes, you're good with that, then then we'll move it to 1.5x to try to get there as quickly as possible. No, folks are okay. Okay, folks want 1.25. Okay.
I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph.
Okay, I'll put on 1.5x. If people are having a hard time listening and paying attention, then let me know. We're gonna end up going plaid.
Of the rounds,
ludicrous speed,
Troy Teskey, so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey.
So Bowles knew about all this stuff.
Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust.
Still need to share it.
They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you.
Yeah, that impacts.
Why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match.
Still
to the
should have
live
shared
rounds
it.
Found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls.
So what she's trying to get at is it's actually not exculpatory at all. In fact, it's inculpatory, if anything, is what she's trying to say. So this is her best argument about this not being a Brady violation. I don't think it's working for her. I don't think it's working for her.
And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I ask a few questions, Ron? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad?
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union, that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today, based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of L. Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department.
Okay, let me put this back at 1.25.
But you are right.
And you can see that they are Starline brass, silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question. When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine. And that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email. I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware.
That's another Brady violation.
You did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't.
Wait, so there might actually be a Brady violation for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial if they didn't have this Hague report, which actually is exculpatory because it shows that it's more evidence that the firearm was whatever. Anyway,
and is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this, and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
you say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
Yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, "Great, do it, file a report."
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us and it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event,
yeah.
When the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these. And I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to Rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of rust.
The truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
You deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well, I don't
responsive.
want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right, do you have any follow-up testimony? All
I,
right,
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
thank you. You may step-
Okay, let me get some super chats really quick. We'll get questions afterwards. I'm sorry, the questions we'll get them, but I'm sorry if some of them will be irrelevant by the time we get to them. Let's see here. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Which one of the witnesses threw Kari's name under the bus? So far, I believe her. So far, to be fair. So that was Detective Hancock was the one to say it. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Here, I have many hours of trials under my belt. I'm shocked the attorney put herself under oath. Holy smokes! I agree. I just the pure ego and hubris at this point. I thought she was going to do it because she is going to say, I really just found out today. I didn't know any of this, blah, 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 blah. Crazy stuff that she just admitted to under oath. I don't know what is happening.
Yeah. All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you wanna make
According to
argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think either side needs further argument.
All right. So dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme
Okay, we're going back to normal speed.
sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense.
Yep.
Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. And that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state
Highly
unilaterally withheld a supplemental report.
Yep.
Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense.
Yep.
The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
Yep. That's it.
Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted.
Damn.
The court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
Yep.
Your
Dismiss
motion to
with
dismiss
prejudice.
with prejudice is granted.
God bless America. I was going to say something else, but
Now,
I mean,
with
yeah, those
respect
are
to the
definitely
jury,
real.
I don't imagine
real
you
tears.
all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Wow.
We are in recess.
Stunning. Stunning. Holy crap. I did not see this one coming.
I'm gonna.
Wow.
Dismiss him, Judge. Dismiss him.
Go ahead.
Thank you all for your help. Stay well, okay?
Oh, wow. Yeah. All the criticisms of Alex Spiro before today are gone. He had some of the best cross examinations of his life today. Wow. Well, the judge did say she wanted this trial to end like by the 19th. This is crazy. I can't believe it. And double jeopardy's attached. They can't bring this case again. That's it. He wins. Alec Baldwin is free to go. And Kari Morrissey's screwed too, by the way. She's completely screwed. She should not have put herself under oath to say everything that she said. But I think that what happened was she probably wasn't planning to, and that once Corporal Hancock threw her name out there as yes, she was part of it. I think once that happened, she was like, "Well, going down with the ship." Dude, yeah, she's totally effed. She's completely effed. I'm wondering what's going through her head right now. There's just so much today that I've never seen it in my life. I've never even like heard stories about this. This is crazy. Sorry, I want to see the rest of this going in and then yeah, let's okay, all right. So is this going to be, I wonder if they're going to play, I wonder if they're going to play some yeah, this is live now. Okay. I'm going to keep this on though. I'm going to mute it so that we don't hear the funky music. But I think that if they have any kind of press conferences, they'll probably play it. So I'll keep this on and then I'll pull it up if we need to. Holy cannoli. Okay, John Long, thank you so much for the super chat. A lot of people have asked in the chat about this, and I'll pull them up and just say asked and answered when we do get them. But I've saved a bunch of people's questions that are basically asking the same thing. The real question is, do you think this will affect HDR? I didn't think that it would. However, until they got to the Hague report, which indicated that it sounds like Bowles did not have access to that. That's material information similar for them as it is for this case, that if that's the case, if Bowles never got that report. And I love how Kari Morrissey was like, oh, it was like however many terabytes of data that we send over to them. And, I'm sorry, the 2 pages didn't make it over there. Those are 2 very important pages. That's your job. That's your responsibility as a prosecutor, even as a special prosecutor. And I just like everything that I was saying, like going into the hearing when she made that statement about like, oh, this is all public record or whatever, like we want it to be public. Like I definitely was thinking, I'm eating my words now, right? Because I definitely said in response to that, like, oh, like this seems like she is, that she's doing what is right here, that she realizes that something wrong has happened and she wants to kind of call it out and make sure that justice is served. No. She that was all hubris. And she did something wrong. And yeah. So I just, this is crazy. This is just so incredibly insane that this happened. So will this affect HGR? I think that there's a good possibility of it because of that Hague report that was indicated. If in fact they didn't have access to that, but everything about Troy Teskey coming in with the rounds and everything, it seems like Bowles had all that information and just was like, this doesn't work for us, and so we're not gonna use it. And also Troy Teskey also said on the body cam footage himself, he was like, I tried to give it to the attorneys and they didn't want it and they didn't want to bring it in, so I'm bringing it to you guys. So everything having to do with Troy Teskey is not going to impact Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. So that situation is not going to help her get out of prison. However, the Hague report probably will, assuming in fact that they didn't have it. Okay, let's get some questions, shall we? What a crazy day. I'm so flabbergasted. Okay. Daniel Nagy, question, Legalbytes, every case has a trooper proctor. It seems like, oh yeah, we got that. I mean, this case definitely did. It turns out a Lamour, Legalbytes, so I can avoid being involved in a case by just ignoring calls from an investigator. I mean, I don't even know that I trust that she even called him at this point because he seemed so insistent on getting that information to them. El Borate, Legalbytes, is it on Morrissey to let HGR attorneys know? LOL, just salt in the wound. I mean, if there is exculpatory evidence, information that would help the other side, that would help the defense with their case, be favorable in some way, either for impeachment or for, showing innocence or anything that is helpful to the defense's case, you've got to hand that over to them. You've got to inform them about it. It sounds like a lot of this was given over to Bowles, however. Nadysaurus, Legalbytes question, if this is dismissed with prejudice, how does this affect Gutierrez-Reed in her sentence? Okay, so I'm going to go with asked and answered on those, since I did in fact cover that just a second ago. And let me make sure that I get these questions here. Okay. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, after this revelation, should it be found to be a violation? Yes. As soon as they finished Corporal Hancock's testimony, I mean, the judge was ready. The defense was ready. They were like, we don't even need you, Kari Morrissey. She doesn't even go here. Don't talk to us. Don't give us whatever it is that you want to give us. But she insisted, for better or for worse. Better for other people, I guess. Worse for her. Will Egan, Legalbytes, Hancock testified that Morrissey knew about the unusual filing, but does that mean she knew about the refusal to provide it to the defense? Because that seems like the real problem for her. Yes, if she knew about that information, Kari Morrissey was ultimately the person to communicate that to the defense, because they are the ones that are sharing information. They're the ones passing discovery back and forth. So that was on her to pass it over. If she had knowledge of this information, she was obligated to give it over. So yes. Debbie Faison Cook. Wait, sorry, 1 second. Okay. Legalbytes. So even if this would have had no impact, this is still a Brady violation because it wasn't turned over. Yeah. Because this is all about the justice system working properly and making sure that the government does not overstep its authority, abuse its power, and basically say, well, we're in a position of privilege because we're the ones holding all the evidence here. We're the ones investigating the case, and we're not going to share you what is favorable to you. We'll just give you what we think you deserve, what we think you should have, what we think you're entitled to, what we think this evidence is evaluated as. It's not their position, not their right to make that decision. Also, Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, did he testify in HGR trial? I can't remember. I don't know. He didn't. He did not. Janet G, there's news coverage. Let me see here. I mean, I'll bet there is. Okay. I'm going to keep this on. Give me 1 second. Okay. I don't see anything on, and let me see. 1 second. So I don't see anything. Oops, sorry. 1 second. I've got to change my earbud. I don't see that anything that is like a press conference. I'm looking for a press conference, like specifically. If it's just like a news segment about it, then that's we're up to date on all of that. Okay. Next question. LK Ryden, Legalbytes, I've realized that what my problem is now. Cam fits under many description, and Crafty is definitely one of Crafty is definitely one of them, but I just have a hard time believing she'd be this stupid. Yeah. Yeah. So turns out she made a serious error in judgment, in my opinion. Okay. English bottle cap question. Why are we getting body cam when they are in an interview room? I don't know that interview room necessarily is equipped with its own cameras. I don't know. Maybe it is, and they also would have had access to that. Lara K. Legalbytes, do you believe that Morrissey can turn the situation back around at this point? No. Turns out, no, she couldn't. Andrew's World question, Legalbytes. Prosecutorial misconduct? Yes, 100%. That's what it turned out to be. I know this is late answer to your question. We've got more information than when you asked it, but yes. And Wings, Legalbytes, LOL, is that the biodome guy in the courtroom? Pauly Shore's next to him with earbuds too. I didn't see that. I'm so sorry. The Lucian, Legalbytes poll about if Brady violation. I don't see a poll going. So we did have a poll. Thank you for flagging that. Just because, I mean, I think that there's still a difference between a 6-month justice and then an official court judge. I get what you're saying, but my point there was that him telling them in the moment, I'm also a judge, is an indicator for them to, it should put them on notice to take him a little bit seriously, because this is somebody who is intimately familiar with the legal process and with evidence and with, like, trials. That's someone who would have some kind of knowledge. So maybe take him a little bit more seriously rather than just some guy walking in the room with ammunition. That was my point to that, is it should have put them on notice. Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, have you ever seen anything like this? Never in my life. Absolutely never. Okay. Let me see here. I just want to make sure that I capture all of these. Oh, wait, I think I missed some. Give me 1 second. I always want to make sure that I get all of these questions. Okay. I think I've got them all. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. Walt Dog 5791 question, what if any will this info play in getting Hannah a new trial or overturning her trial? So, asked and answered, I think that the Hague report is probably something that could potentially impact it. But other than that, the Troy Teskey stuff, it sounds like her team knew about it, and they just didn't want to do anything about it. So none of that is going to impact her case. But the Hague report, it sounds like, is something that would be. Let me also get some super chats here. Andy the Game Maker, thanks for another super chat, brother. In the end, you can always count on the government to screw things up. Not always, but it's been happening a lot lately in these trials. OU Josh 29, I may have missed it, but I just logged on. Can the prosecutors appeal? No, there is no appeal for the prosecutors in this case. John O'Rourke, I was in favor of the defense, but I disagree with the chat and think Cam testimony won't hurt her. IMO, he said her proof thought. No, I think that the problem for her personally is that now she has just put everything on the record of everything that happened and the decisions that she made, which are likely to impact her professional responsibility and her licensing under the bar. So I would imagine that someone from the New Mexico State Bar is now going to be looking at her and looking at this whole situation and saying, we need to sanction you. Maybe disbarment, maybe, but at the very least sanctionable, 100% sanctionable. Like, this is bad, because let me tell you, attorneys have all kinds of rules of professional responsibility, a lot of them. Prosecutors have even more than your average attorney, because everything they do has the weight of the government behind them. So they have to be extra careful. And now she's not a typical prosecutor, right? She doesn't work for the DA regularly, but in this case, she is representing the state. She's representing the government. She's got the weight of the government behind her, because she's a special prosecutor for the purposes of this case and the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed case. So, yeah, I think there's a chance that this hurts her licensing. Liam Moore, thanks for the super chat. Morrissey once sang, "Heaven knows I'm miserable now." Ironic how this Morrissey is now the miserable one. Yeah, but isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. Okay. Hustler 1683, thanks for the super chat. I was gifted a membership this AM. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yes, I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy. I think it was just because that gifted you that one, I think. I'm sorry if that's wrong. Thanks for the super chat. This trial was too dramatic and unrealistic for a movie. My boy Spyro had a full arc, started meek and ended the trial with his rival on the stand. Right? That's the craziest thing about this. That like no one pictured, like I never in a million years would have thought, okay, by the end of this whole saga, we're going to see the special prosecutor throwing herself on the stand to go on the record under penalty of perjury and talk about all the ways that she actually violated the rights of the defendant. She like couldn't wait to get that out there. You know, and in her own defense, I mean, this is why even lawyers will require their own lawyers, right? The person who represents himself has a fool for a client. This also goes for attorneys. This is her in the moment having quite a bit of hubris, Alec Baldwin level hubris, I would say. Yeah. And she might wake up tomorrow with a hangover of what happened today. All right. More questions here. Let's see. Oh, sorry, not this one yet. We've got a number of them up ahead. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes. So both AB and HGR could go free because of a technicality. It's more than a technicality. And this is about the wheels of justice turning as they are supposed to turn, right? So when things like this happen, people often like to call them a technicality. I very much disagree. When we are talking about prosecutors doing what they shouldn't be doing, law enforcement doing what they shouldn't be doing, this is about actual justice. This is about people's constitutional rights. This is about, you know, and in every single case, we have to maintain that the rights are protected of every individual who is required to be protected. In a criminal case, number one person that has to be protected in terms of their constitutional rights is the defendant. Doesn't matter what you think about Alec Baldwin, whether you think he's a scumbag, whether you love him for his acting, whether you love him for his politics, whether you hate him for his politics. It doesn't matter. He still has the same constitutional rights as anybody else. And those have to be protected in absolutely every single case. I will tell you, I don't like Alec Baldwin. I'm not a huge fan of his. I did like his Jack Donaghy on 30 Rock. I will say, like, I liked that. It's been a long time since I saw The Hunt for Red October, but I always tended to focus on Sean Connery and his role. Maybe it's just because the character is actually Lithuanian, and that's like one of the lines in the movie. But anyway, we're gonna have to watch that this weekend, I think, Mr. Bites and I. But anyway, like, I don't generally like him. Every story I've heard about him personally has been like just there's nothing about this person and the way that he treats other human beings that I would ever want to be around. But his rights absolutely should be protected, regardless of what kind of a person he is, regardless of what you think about him. So yeah. Let me see here. Let me get some more questions here. I know that there are some more that are in the chat here. I want to make sure I try to get all of these before we head out. We've got a lot of questions still, so we'll probably be here for a minute. Okay. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, is Morrissey's law career done? It could be. It could be. It's certainly damaged. I don't know. Maybe it's about as damaged as the FBI damaged that firearm. Lara K. Legalbytes, what does this mean for HGR? A potential Brady violation in her case, possible with regard to that Hague report. Cece, question: does the decision have implications for Hannah? Same answer. Pamela C. Legalbytes, question: have you ever seen a prosecutor take the stand? No, never. Not in a million years. I've never seen any case where an attorney is actually is like, working on the case and they decide to like throw themselves up on the I've never seen anything like that. Will Egan, Legalbytes, take however long you need to get this recap out. I can tell it's going to be a ton of work. It's going to be a bit. It might have to be the weekend to get this one out. English, English bottle cap question: will Kari serve prison time? I doubt that, but she's going to have some issues with regard to her law license, I think. Okay, let me collect these questions here. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, I think what happened was she was focused on getting them put in prison that she forgot it maybe. Yeah, I guess so. But that's the other thing about being a prosecutor, even a special prosecutor, is you're there for justice, not convictions. All day, every day, every single time. That's what it should be. That's what the standard should be. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, question: does this mean HGR's sentence will get overturned? Possible. Rupin Nike, Legalbytes, just caught up, I guess. There's your razzle dazzle. They did turn out to be razzle dazzle. So I guess I was right in the end. It took a while for it to show up, but yeah. Majufi, question: is KM facing sanctions? Possible. Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. LK Ryden, Legalbytes, hugs to the victims and their families. Important not to forget them in the middle of all of this. It's so easy. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Absolutely. For the Hutchins family, this is all a huge mess, right? Anytime this happens, and although it was interesting to me that Matthew Hutchins, the widower, wasn't on anyone's witness list for either trial. When he wasn't on the list for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial, I figured maybe they would have reserved him for the Baldwin trial or something like that. And but I guess he for one reason or another, he just wasn't going to testify in either one. So I thought that was interesting. But yeah, it still is a tragedy. Helena Hutchins still has died. Her parents have lost a daughter. Her son has lost a mother. Her husband's lost a wife. So absolutely tragic. At the same time, one thing that we can ultimately celebrate here is the fact that we have a judge that has made the correct decision and justice has been served because of the way that this ended up being played out. Justice was served, not in the way that maybe the victim's family would hope, perhaps, but justice is justice, regardless of the outcome. You can't care about the outcome if what you care about is justice. Janet G. Legalbytes. So in a nutshell, all because this one piece of evidence was never shared with the defense cause. Yes. Yeah. And because that's the standard. We cannot allow a single case where information is not shared that would be helpful to the defense. We can't. It's our entire justice system requires that in every single case, the right thing is done. So even if it wouldn't have ultimately like decided the case for Baldwin, doesn't matter. It's about the system working properly. Mial Tulver, Legalbytes, props to the other prosecutor that had her integrity and quit when she learned about this evidence. Assuming that that's what happened. Unless, if she knew that this other stuff was going down before, and then it's just because it became public, then I look at her a little bit differently. But if this is something that she didn't know about and that all of a sudden came out and she's like, I'm out, then yes, mad props to her. I would like to learn more information about like what that actual interaction was and what really happened there. Janet G, Legalbytes, I think she wanted to get her side of the story out in her words, meaning Kari. Yes. Unfortunately, there are many, 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 many people in the world that act on that instinct, and it's not necessarily the right call. That like you want to get your side out there. And regardless, it's not the right decision. Okay. Legalbytes, sorry, she's taking a little while walking. Fox News. Let me see here. Was there something else? Looking to see if Morrissey is talking. Looks like she's not talking. She was walking and trying to talk and answer questions. Sorry. Looked like they were going to talk, but they just shuffled away. Interesting. Okay. So they're trying to get statements from her. She's kind of trying to talk, but maybe try to leave. I get it. ZND 5th question. Legalbytes, we found ourselves Mountain Princess 207. Me, the kind in the Hall of the Mountain King. All classics. Everyone should listen. Awesome. In the Hall of the Mountain King. That sounds great. Yes. Very appropriate. Nadesaurus. Legalbytes question. Do you think KM will be disbarred or just sanctioned? Not sure how bad a Brady violation is in the case since the evidence wasn't really that important to the case. Yeah, I don't know. I I don't know. I've never analyze this kind of an issue. So I need to, I want to do some research on this and get a good answer on it. I have never thought this much about Brady violations before because I've never had to get into like the weeds on it until today. It's so crazy. I literally like the day 2 recap is going to be coming out like as soon as I end this stream. And I literally said in it, this seems to implicate some sort of Brady violation situation, talking about Marissa Popple's testimony. I'm like, but I don't know if this has come up, beforehand. So, and we're still here at trial. So I guess, we're, they must have gone through it or something. And like, okay, we're still here at trial. So maybe it's a nothing burger. That ended up not being correct. Izwa 306. Good afternoon, Legalbytes. I'm a bit late to this breaking development, but does this development also impact the case HGR was tried for earlier? It might. Nadesaurus, Legalbytes question. Haas long for AB's career to come back. Do you think that a dismissal with prejudice isn't really saying not guilty like you would have wanted? Yeah, I mean, in some respects, it's like it's almost better for it to be. It's almost better for it to be like a full acquittal, to say like, no, you didn't do the wrong thing. And we still have this question that's been introduced that a jury has not answered. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if his career kind of comes back a little bit and he just doesn't handle a firearm on any set ever again. Like that's what I would think would be a reasonable like response to this. Doctor Who 8675309 Legalbytes. This has always been going on with prosecutors and law enforcement. Just now, videos of all type is shedding light on their deeds. I will say that yes, this has existed, but I also caution people from making a conclusion that this is what's going on everywhere and in every case. because I don't think that's true. I do know of people who are prosecutors, who have been prosecutors, who truly believe in justice and are not just out to get convictions and are not getting ahead of themselves with their own personal professional ambitions. I do know good cops. I have known good cops. So I do want to caution people with making too broad of a conclusion from it. But yes, this has existed. This is not the first time that this has ever happened. Brady violations have happened before. And there will be more Brady violations in the future that happen. But it's not everywhere. LK Ryden, Legalbytes, one last thing before I'm off. Can we all appreciate that the other prosecutor walked out? Yes, we can. Gwenin Garnett, question, it seems very high profile case, has prosecution and judge problems. Reed, Baldwin, Koberger, Delphi, Young Thug. Is America waking up to a system that is rarely fair too? Oh crap, I did not get the rest of this question. I am so sorry. It could be. Oh, the stream just ended. Okay. It's these kinds of things do happen. We do seem to have a number of them happening one after another, which is alarming, concerning. But here the judge was absolutely honest and direct and all about justice. So the judge here was incredibly clear. Fairy Moon 71. Question, what does this do for Hannah? Could potentially see a Brady determination in her case too. Becca, question, do you think she was paid off to throw the case? I know a lot of people believed he was set up and people love conspiracy theories. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. If that were the case, she would not have gone up on the witness stand to throw her up there. Like she believed in her case. She believed that what she did was right. Daniel Bornhold, question, can the state appeal? Nope. No, they cannot. English bottle cap, question. And the reason for that is because of double jeopardy. That's why. English bottle cap, question, did we just see justice served today or not? Yes, we did. I think we absolutely did. Because, when we're talking about justice, there's justice for the victims, but there's also justice involved in maintaining the constitutional rights of the defendant. So that's what we saw today. I hope I got this. I may have gotten the super chat earlier, but maybe not. Virus. This has more plot twist than an LA Law episode. Yeah. Right? And I don't know if I got this one either. Oh no, I did from I earlier. This trial was too dramatic and unrealistic for a movie. My boy Spyro had a full arc, started meek and ended with the trial with the rival on the state. I know. Yes. Crazy. Owen Leonard, can the prosecutor get fired for this? Well, she was a special prosecutor, actually. So she doesn't actually work for the DA. I think could have been if she could have been fired if she had been working for them, possibly. I don't know. I don't know what their standards are. Emily D. Baker would actually be a better person to answer that question. But in this case, she's a special prosecutor. She's only hired on for these two cases anyway. She's normally a defense attorney, I think, with her own practice. And that's why this makes it even crazier. Michael H. Legalbytes, thanks for the coverage. Found you during Deputy Heard. What's next that we can look forward to you covering? Best way to be notified. Best way to be notified is going to be in through community notes or the community posts, and also on Twitter and whatnot. But the next trial that I'm looking at is actually the Ashley Benefield trial, which starts on July 22nd. So 10 days from now. That one is a murder trial out of Florida. It's also known as the Black Swan murder case. She killed her husband. She says it was self-defense. Prosecution obviously says it was murder, second-degree murder to be exact. It's a wild story of, like, they had just met. He had just his wife had just died of cancer 6 months before. They had just started dating. He had a daughter in college at the time, and she talks about how she's like, I found out that he was all of a sudden dating this chick, and then he revealed to me he had been dating her for 2 weeks, and then he revealed to me, oh no, they're not dating, they're actually married, and then oh, now they have a kid, and then oh, now this other stuff is happening. That was it's a really crazy story in that one. So that one is starting on Monday the 22nd, and yeah, I plan on covering that one too. And yes, she was a ballerina. That's why they call it the Black Swan murder trial. Okay, Gwennon Garnett. Okay. 1 second here. Okay. Your question here. Sorry, the mods got it here. They got it to me separately. So question, it seems every high profile case has prosecution / judge problems. Reed, Baldwin, Koberger, Delphi, Young Thug. Is America waking up to a system that is rarely fair to TE? I thought when prosecuting an A-list celebrity, you would double cross T's and dot your I's. Yeah. I would think so too. That's crazy. I would think so too. Jason Chambers, Legalbytes. I want to thank you for being what I always look for in a human, capable of looking past bias and making a judgment based on all the information. This is why I go here, not elsewhere. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I always try. This is why a lot of times I tend to be, sometimes to a fault, I tend to be a little slow to come to conclusions about things. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's very frustrating for people, especially where people have already made their own conclusion. And they're like, people will sometimes take that as me like hiding my true feelings. But the truth is that for me, I intentionally take a long time to come to a conclusion because I like to look at things from all different perspectives. And I always try to make sure that when I am coming to a conclusion, I'm doing it for the right reasons. Try to. I'm human too, just like anybody else. And I'm also capable of being, influenced by my own biases as well. But it's one of those things that I definitely try to be mindful of, especially because like what we're talking about is like oftentimes complicated stuff and also like high anxiety inducing stuff too, because people get some very strong opinions on a lot of the topics that we talk about. So thank you. Those are very kind words, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you. The Lucian Legalbytes day 3 recap is going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. Laura K. Legalbytes Baldwin and part of his lawyer team left without making a statement. I guess so. I don't blame them. HKR, Legalbytes, did HGR have a right to watch this trial because it relates to her, even though she's in prison? I don't know if she'd have a right to it. I actually don't know how that would have worked out. I would imagine there would be ways for her to see it. Doctor Who 8675309, huge thank you for the live stream. Great community, and I know it's not easy between baby bites and time difference. You rock. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, these trials are crazy, and they're dramatic, and they despite the tough subject matter, oftentimes they can also be kind of fun. I say that with like an asterisk because I know that, we're not here for entertainment necessarily. Sometimes there are definitely aspects about this that are entertaining, but we are here to answer all kinds of questions about humanity, about justice, about what's right, what's wrong, and all that kind of stuff. And that engaging in those conversations can also be very fun, and going through these experiences together that are just absolutely wild can also be fun too. So I appreciate it. And this community is made up of all of you guys. So the way that people engage in the chat is something that I love to see. Sometimes things do get more tense. This trial, things got a little more tense than sometimes they do elsewhere. There's a cat getting into things. I'm not sure. 1 second. Hey. Okay. but yeah, so I, thank you to you guys for all of your engagement in all of the conversation and everything. It's been great. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, do you think this was a BS charge? No, I don't think so. I think this was worthy of putting forward and asking the questions and getting the evidence out there for it. Because it is an important question. Safety on set for other people on a movie set is also important. I love movies. I love the magic of movie making. I love being transported by movies into a different world. So like there are aspects of the defense's opening statement that I will admit were very effective for me to deliver this sort of message on like the beauty of movies and all that kind of stuff. At the same time, I am also there's a part of me that also is very disillusioned with Hollywood in a lot of different ways. A lot of the things that have come out over the years of all kinds of crazy things, in inhumanities and all kinds of things like that. So I'm not like rosy eyed on Hollywood, but but this question was very intriguing to me about like what should happen on a movie set, like who is responsible for all of these different things. So yeah, I don't know that I think that this was a BS charge, even if I don't know which way I would have ended up, to be honest with you, even still. A Trucker's Tale, Legalbytes. I live in the area and Kari isn't a nice person or well liked here too. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me all that much. Just based on what we've seen here, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Debbie Faison Cook, Legalbytes, what's the quote about better for the guilty to go free or whatever? Yes. What is that quote? It's like, it's better for like 100 guilty men to go free than for one innocent man to be in prison. That's what we care about. And that's also about justice too. Sam W. runs, Legalbytes question. I understand that the Brady violation requires dismissal to protect Baldwin's rights. However, dismissal with prejudice in this or similar cases violates the victim's right to justice. The two do not compare. The two simply do not compare. The victim doesn't actually have a right to justice because if you think about it, prosecutors decide to take or not take a case all the time. The victim doesn't have a right to say, no, you need to take my case. The victim's family doesn't have a right to say, no, you need to take my case. That's up to the prosecution, and they're representing the entire state, the entire Commonwealth, the entire state, the United States sometimes. And so the victim doesn't have rights in that regard in a very literal legal sense. The defendant, however, always has rights every single time. So I understand what you're saying. It does feel on an emotional level like there's an injustice to the victim. And I completely empathize with that. But that can't be the reason that we allow a defendant's rights to be trampled by the state, by the government, by the federal government even. So that's what I will say about that. Let me see here. Slick 556, thanks for the super chat. No excuse for what the cops did, but I think this miracle ammo was some BS by Thel and friend to help Hannah. I think it was Thel's ammo, not Seth's. And it could have been. It could have been, but that's the thing, is that it's up to the two sides to put that forward and to put the best evidence against the best evidence and let the jury decide. They can't do that if you don't even hand that over to the defense. So that's, again, like, this is all about the wheels of justice turning in the way that they should and the system working properly. That's what the Brady violation situation is all about. Doctor Who 8675309, Kim Faffode, she did indeed.
See, as you can see, the more you around, the more you're going to find out.
That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. English bottle cap question. The judge had no option but to come to the conclusion that she arrived at. I mean, she can come to a different decision, but then it's going to be appealed, and then an appellate court is going to review her decision, and that's going to be a review that's done de novo, where the appellate court says, we're not giving you any deference on this decision whatsoever. What we are going to do is we're going to look at this because it's a legal question. It's not a factual question. So we're going to look at this brand new and come to our own conclusion. So, but I think that based on the evidence that came out at this hearing, I think this is 100% the correct decision. Will Egan, Legalbytes, just had a question pop up on Discord as to whether Hancock and Co. could claim qualified immunity for this Brady violation. I said probably not, but would like to hear your take. Qualified immunity is for civil rights cases that are taken against the law enforcement. So it doesn't come into a Brady violation analysis. It comes into a completely different question, which is, can these individuals be held civilly liable for the things that they did? You know, like can Alec Baldwin sue these people for the things that they did? That's different than should this criminal case be dismissed because of the things that they did in not turning the stuff over. So two different questions, two different forums even. And yeah. So yeah, qualified immunity does not connect with this issue. Sue B. Question, 2 crazy cases back to back. Crazy. Did we even get anything for March? It was 3 days. Thanks for the great Bites review. You're so welcome. I know. Yeah. I didn't even have time to develop merch for this case. But yeah, I just might, anyway, and we'll get it on the merch store anyway. So over the weekend, we'll get something out. The Stag, Legalbytes, what are you going to do with your newly found free time next week? Put your feet up and relax? Nope. We've got plenty of content that we've got to get out. Lots of stuff to talk about. And so many things that I would like to get caught up on even. So can't stop, won't stop. There's just too much to talk about. So much law happening. Janet G, thank you, Legalbytes. Love your coverage as always. See how soon and definitely on the next gavel to gavel coverage. 100%. Love it. Thank you so much. Janet G, Legalbytes, your baby belly looks wonderful. Thanks to Kat getting into trouble. We got a good peek at your growing human. Yes. Yep. The belly is definitely bellying at this point. It is growing at a very fast clip. I can't fit in certain spaces anymore like I used to. Let's see. We've got a few more questions here, and then we're almost caught up. English bottle cap question. Are there any New Mexico versus U.S. legal issues that are relevant in today's ruling? No. So what the judge applied here was New Mexico law, and New Mexico law has to fit under Brady anyway, because Brady is a decision that was by the United States Supreme Court. That's the supreme law of the land. They impact everyone. So New Mexico law has to fit within what they said in Brady. But what the Supreme Court says in their decisions, or their opinions, I should say, is not necessarily like the most specific thing. Like they tend to give like kind of broad rulings on things, broad decisions on things. And when they give their reasoning, it will be supporting kind of a more broad conclusion. When you apply that broad conclusion, you start to say, well, does it work in this situation? Does it work in that situation? These are a little bit different than the fact pattern that was in the Supreme Court case. Then you start getting into questions of, does this Supreme Court case actually apply in this situation? And that's how you end up in these various jurisdictions, how you can have that be applied a little bit differently here and there because of the ways in which they've had to apply it through their appellate court system. It kind of trickles down a little bit through the appellate court system. And they end up like sometimes taking a little bit of a different shade from state to state because they're applying it based on the cases that come forward in that jurisdiction. So that's how you end up having sort of this hybrid of Supreme Court law that's, they come down with a broad decision. And then they've got New Mexico has like, okay, well, we've got this Brady case. How do we apply it to our cases in our jurisdiction? So you might end up with a kind of this sort of hybrid like law. And maybe it doesn't change all that much from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Not all situations are like that. But here, like there's no distinction between like US law and New Mexico law, because the case law has been developed over time. And what the judge applied here was New Mexico law, as they have applied the Brady decision by the Supreme Court. So no issue here in terms of like the way that she applied it. I hope that was a clear enough explanation. Doctor Who 8675309. Legalbytes resting objection face is perfect for this case. 100%. That is going to go in the merch store. Will Egan, Legalbytes. That was the context the Brady violation came up in. The cops violated Baldwin's rights. Will qualified immunity stop further attempts to hold them accountable? So I don't. It was okay. Well, let me step back and kind of explain qualified immunity a little bit. So qualified immunity is a weird area of law, because the Supreme Court has had a lot of cases where they've talked about it and they've modified the test for it. There's like this 2-part test. And part of the analysis for it is whether a reasonable officer would have known that this is a constitutional violation. And so you have to really kind of analyze it on a case-by-case basis. But based on what we know about the facts in this case, and based on what we know about the law in this case, is that yes, a reasonable police officer knows about Brady violations. A reasonable police officer knows that when they hand off, or when there's information that should be, that is potentially exculpatory to another side, that is something that should be provided to the other side. Now, police officers are not necessarily responsible for handing that information over to the other side. That's the prosecutor. But the question is, did they do what they should have done in that situation so that they weren't causing the problem or making the problem worse in terms of violating the constitutional rights of the defendant? So there's a question there of more, that's more of like, what could the police officers have done? Because when I thought that it was that Kari Morrissey was blameless, because it sounded like she had said, well, I didn't know about this thing, which turned out to not be correct, not be true, not be accurate at all. When we thought that it was also new to Kari Morrissey, the question was, like, what are the police officers doing that they are not telling the prosecutor about this? Then there was more blame on them for not informing the prosecutor about it. So then there's more culpability on them. But because she also knew about it, that kind of releases some of the responsibility on the law enforcement officers, because of sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a second. Let me get it back. Because of the fact that they did in fact inform her, and she's the one who would have informed the defense. So, but in terms of qualified immunity, I don't think that should play too big of a factor, because of the fact that everyone knows that what Brady violations are. Everyone knows what the responsibility of law enforcement and prosecutors is for Brady violations. Patrick Regaft, I hope I pronounced that correctly. A question. It seems to me like every case is going to have a page or two that don't get transferred to the defense. How do you make sure everything is given to the defense? It's the same way that the defense makes sure that they give everything that the prosecution is entitled to. And it's the same way that any civil litigator has to provide everything that the other side is entitled to. Absolutely everything. Now, the consequences for the defense to, in not handing things over to the prosecution is less than, it's not even. Prosecutors have a greater responsibility, or I should say there's more at stake for them if they make a mistake. And same thing is true for prosecutors over regular civil litigators, but you still have the same responsibility. You still have the same burden. You still have the same worries about, oh no, what if we did something wrong? This is the burden of every single attorney out there that is representing a client, is you have to make sure that what you are doing is correct. Dot your I's, cross your T's in any kind of a case, because even if you're not the prosecutor, you might be the defense attorney and maybe you screw something up. And as a result, your client has to spend time in prison. That's a huge responsibility. That's a huge weight on a criminal defense attorney's shoulders. Even if you're a civil litigator and it's technically what you're wasting is their money. And so it's not their freedom. That's still their hard-earned income. That's their hard-earned money. Money represents time spent at work. Money represents vacations not taken with your family. Money, it is a transaction that represents someone's life in another way. So we can also look at that and say that is still a massive burden for any attorney to be holding when they make a mistake that impacts their client. So the way that you do it is you become very detail oriented, and you hand over absolutely everything, and you go over everything more than once to make sure that you got them everything that they are entitled to. It's a high burden, but it's part of the job. I don't think I got this super chat earlier. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is it what? Lowen Papa? Just heard the news and headed here. Could you give a short catch-up summary of what happened and who was involved? What happened was the defense, Alec Baldwin's defense, learned that they were not provided all of the information that they were entitled to, which could be potentially exculpatory. And as a result, they filed a motion requesting dismissal for a Brady violation. And what turned out was, in fact, they were right. There was information that the law enforcement had, that the prosecutor had, that they did not hand over to the defense. And as a result, the entire case was dismissed with prejudice. Alec Baldwin is free to go. He's never going to be charged again for this. This whole saga is over for him. That's the short and sweet of it. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Indy wants some late night pizza snacks. Indy gets my vote. Well, she is actually completely snoozing. In fact, she might even be dreaming at this point. But who am I kidding? She always wants snacks, day or night. Thanks for the super chat. Matt Barth, Legalbytes, New Mexico doesn't have qualified immunity anymore anyway. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I guess that's something that could be eliminated on a state-by-state basis. I'm just trying to think, because it does exist nationwide in federal cases. But I guess that is something that could be taken away by a state. Interesting. I didn't know that. I'd be curious to look into that whole history. English bottle cap question: did Kari commit Harry Carey? Seems like it. It feels like it a little bit at the end. God, that was so dramatic. Okay. We're caught up on questions. I apologize if there are any that I missed. But this has been wild. Let me just take a look one more time to see if there is anything here that is any sort of yeah, I don't see any press conferences or anything. This is so wild. Okay. All right, folks. It is a late hour for me, for sure. So I am going to need to get some rest, just like the Indie Bear here. Let me see here. Let's do this. How about this? So everybody can see this she looks like she's broken and she needs to be reassembled. Love that pup, of course, as always. Okay. This is the end of this trial. I did not anticipate this was going to be a 3-day trial, but here we are. Case dismissed with prejudice at the end of 3 days, and almost 3 years of litigation coming up to this point from the actual incident itself. And I've been touching base on this issue since the beginning. I remember when it happened, and going on a live stream and talking about it and going through, potential charges and all that kind of stuff. And now we're here at this point. This is so wild. It's so crazy. I never would have anticipated this happening. Certainly not in this fashion. But trials are crazy. Trials are crazy. These things can happen. Crazy things can happen in any kind of a case. And we saw that with the Karen Reed trial. We saw that with this trial. Who knows what's going to come up in the next one? Definitely stick around for the next trial, for the next topics that we put out on various cases, various legal topics. We are going to be continuing finding interesting stuff and putting it out there. So if you haven't done so, please do subscribe to the channel. It definitely is going to help us to continue to grow. We are just under 250K subscribers. And we'll get there soon enough. So, and also, if you haven't done so already, please do like the video, like the stream, watch the recaps when they get out there, and we will we'll definitely be moving on to more subjects, more crazy topics. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to everybody who has engaged in the chat, in the replay, in the comments, I should say, for replay. And for everybody who has super chatted, who has bought memberships, who has bought memberships for themselves or for other people. Thank you to the mods, as always, for helping to make sure that the conversation, the dialogue is a place where people can agree or disagree, and do so sometimes even vigorously, but respectfully. So, all right. That, I think, just about does it. I am still stunned by this. Just absolutely stunned. But okay. I'll see you guys in the next video. See you guys.